Hi everyone, welcome to my first HTML tutorial. In this video, I'm going to explain what HTML is, why we use it, and how websites actually work. HTML stands for Hypertext Markup Language. It is the basic language of all websites. Every website you see on the internet, like Google, YouTube, Amazon, is built using HTML. HTML doesn't give color or design. It only creates the structure of a web page. For example, headings, paragraphs, images, links, buttons, all of these are made using HTML. For example, if you look at youtube.com, you can see here the buttons and also the images, all the structure that you see in this interface. All of them are built using HTML. We need two tools to write and display our HTML code, a browser and also a code editor. So I have here Chrome browser and VS or Visual Studio Code Editor. So how to download these two tools? First, click on the plus button, create a new tab, and right here Chrome or Google Chrome, enter. So you can see the first link, open it and download in your computer. So how to download and install Visual Studio Code or VS Code? Click the plus button and open the new tab and write Visual Studio Code or VS Code, simpler. So here you can see the second link, Visual Studio Code. Click it and you can see here, if you are on Windows, download the Windows version. If you're on Mac, click it and download the Mac version. For the first time, when you open your Visual Studio Code or VS Code, it looks like this. So close the welcome page and click the Explorer. Here in this page, you can see open folder. So let's create a folder. Go to your desktop, right click and new folder, rename it. We're gonna name it HTML lessons. So now open your Visual Studio Code again and click open folder, go to desktop, and here you can see your HTML lessons folder. Click it and then open. Now you are inside your HTML lessons folder. Close welcome page and then here click new file or create new file. So name it, whatever name do you want. I put index.html. So whatever name you wanna give a name, but at the end you have to write .html, that the browser recognize that it is an HTML file or HTML code. So let's write our first HTML code. So before that we write our first HTML code, we're gonna write the general structure for the HTML. The general structure for the HTML is less than, doc type, and HTML. This line of code tells us that this is the newest version of HTML, and also write HTML tag. So we're gonna write our code inside this tag, HTML tag. Inside this HTML tag, we have two more tags that it is, or they are a tag, and also body tag. So this is our general structure for HTML. Whatever code we're gonna write, we are writing inside this structure. So let's write a piece of code here. For example, inside the body, I'm gonna create a paragraph tag. So inside this paragraph tag, I'm gonna write, this is my first HTML page, and Command Ace on Mac and Control Ace on Windows, and save it, and right click on Open with Live Server. Here you can see in your browser that this is my first HTML page. I wrote this in the paragraph tag, this is my first HTML page. So if you don't have live server, come here in extensions, click it, and type in search live server and enter. Here you can see live server. Here you can see install and install it, and then go back to your HTML and in a blank space right click and open with live server. You can see that this is my first HTML page. So let's write some codes inside our head tag. So what will happen? So if we type title tag, so inside the title tag, if I write my first website, so here Command Ace, save it. You can see that it's written my first website on the top of the browser. So it means whatever we write inside our head tag, it's not visible on the web page. Whatever we write in our body tag, it is visible on our web page. For example, if I write here another piece of code or another line of code, H1 stands for 8 tag. So if I write hello world, so save it. You can see here the heading hello world. So whatever you write inside your body tag, it's visible on your web page. Whatever you write in your 8 tag, it's not visible on your web page. Welcome back. In this video, we will learn how to add text to a web page using headings and paragraphs. Headings are like titles in a book. They help organize the content. HTML has 6 types of headings, from H1 that it's largest to H6 that it is smallest. And also paragraphs are used to write normal text using the P tag. So let's go and see how the headings from H1 to H6 looks like, and how the paragraphs looks like, and how we write them. So come here in your browser, come here in your text editor or code editor. So click here for this lesson, create a new file. So name it headings.html, enter. So now we are inside our index.html. So write your general structure, doc type, HTML. Then we need HTML tag, and inside HTML tag we need two more tags, that they are a tag and also body tag. So let's give a title to this page by the use of title tag. Title. So I'm gonna write headings or HTML headings and paragraphs. Save it. If you're on Mac, Command S, and if you're on Windows, Control S. So, and right click, open with Live Server. So here you can see on the top of your page or on the top of your browser HTML headings and paragraphs. So let's write some code on our body. So in this lesson we learn about the headings. So H1 heading, first H1 heading. So this is, we're gonna write this is heading 1. Save it. So you can see in your web page that this is heading 1. So it is a big title, it's a big heading, and it's bold. Let's go and see how looks like the heading 2. H2, and this is heading 2. Save it, and you can see that heading 2 is smaller than heading 1 in size. So let's go and see how heading 3 looks like. Heading 3, this is heading 3. Save it. So heading 3 is smaller than heading 2. So let's go and see how heading 4 looks like. Heading 4, and right, this is heading 4. Save it, and you can see heading 4 is smaller than other 3 headings. And come here and write heading 5, and write this is heading 5. Save it. You can see heading 5 is smaller than the other 4 headings. And come here and write H6. So heading 6, this is heading 6. Save it. Yeah, you can see that heading 6 is the smaller one than other 5 headings. So now you can see the difference between headings from H1 to H6. H1 is the biggest one or the largest one, and H6 is the smallest one. So let's go and create paragraphs. Now let's go and see how our paragraphs looks like. So P less than P and greater than. So this is our paragraph tag. So this is called our opening tag, and this is called our closing tag. Inside our paragraph tag, we're gonna write this is a paragraph. Save it. So you can see this is a paragraph is appear in your web page. And also you can create another paragraph So it is used, the paragraph right here, the paragraph is used to write normal text on a web page. So save it, and you can see that the header line appear in your web page. The paragraph is used to write normal text on a web page. And also close this one, and also create another paragraph. And for practice, you can write each paragraph automatically starts on a new line. Save it, and you can see each paragraph automatically starts on a new line. And that's how we write headings and paragraphs in HTML. In the next video, we will learn how to format text, bold, italic, underline, line breaks, and more. If this video helped you, make sure to like, subscribe, and I will see you in next video. Welcome back everyone. In the last video we learned about headings and paragraphs. Today I will show you how to format text in HTML, like making it bold, italic, or underlined. We also learn how to add line breaks and horizontal lines. So let's go and create in our code editor a new file for this lesson. So we name it formatting.html. Enter and close your heading.html. Inside formatting.html, write your general structure for the HTML, that it is doc type, HTML, and HTML element. Inside HTML element, we have two more elements, that there are 8 elements or 8 tag, and also body tag. So let's give a title for this lesson. So lesson title tag, and write HTML text formatting, and save it. And right click, open with live server. So here on the top of your browser, on the tab bar, you can see HTML text formatting. So let's go and start our lesson. So let's give in the body, let's give a heading. So we use heading 2 or H2. So text formatting in HTML, in HTML. Save it, and you can see this lesson is about text formatting in HTML. I'm going to show you something to organize our code. So lesson exclamation mark dash dash. So write bold text, bold text. So this is a comment. So when we write something, or when we are going to explain some codes, we're going to write comments on the top of our codes. So you can write, or you can organize, or you can make more readable your code by writing comments. So Right, so we're gonna write some code for bold text, how to bold our text. Write a paragraph, and inside the paragraph write this is B stands for bold. This is bold. This is bold text using, this is bold text. That's it. And save it. So you can see here, this is bold text. If you write inside this B tag or bold tag, whatever text, it makes it bold like this. This is bold text. So let's try another tag that make our code bold. Paragraph less than, and this is, so another tag that I'm going to teach you is strong. This is strong tag. This is strong text or strong tag. Save it. So see here, this is strong text. Just if you write some text inside strong tag, it makes it bold like this. So we have two tags to bold our code, B tag and strong tag. Let's go and learn more. So now less than, exclamation mark, dash dash, and now we are going to learn about italic text. And so which are tags that we use that makes our code italic? Write a paragraph tag, and inside the paragraph tag write this is, we use for making italic I tag. So inside the I tag we're gonna write italic, and this is italic text, and save it. So you can see here, just whatever text you write inside your I tag, it becomes italic like this. Come down and also write paragraph tag. Inside your paragraph tag write this is emphasize text. EM stands for emphasize, and save it. So if you see in your browser, this is emphasized text. This word is different from others. It's almost the same as italic, emphasized. So let's go and learn about underline. So how we underline our text. So less than, exclamation mark, first we write a comment to readable our code. So underline text, and came below our underline comments, we're gonna write this is, we use for underlining a text U tag. So this is underlined text. Save it. You can see whatever you write inside U tag, it draw a line under that text or it underline it. So let's go and learn about line break. Less than, exclamation mark, dash dash for creating a comment, line break, line break. Below our line break comments, write this is, so create a paragraph tag and write this is line 1 and BR stands for line break, and also it doesn't have a closing tag. So whenever a tag doesn't have a closing tag, we call them void elements or void tag. So BR or line break is a void tag. So this is line 1 and this is line 2 after a line break. Save it. Yeah, here you can see this is line 1, this is line 1, and by writing BR tag or line break tag, you can create a new line. So after this, you can create a new line, and the text after our line break is the second line, writing in second line. This is line 2 after a line break. Close this one and let's go and learn about horizontal line, how we can create horizontal line. Less than, exclamation mark, dash dash, and horizontal line. So create paragraph tag and write inside your paragraph below is a horizontal line, and here let's go below this paragraph. We're gonna create a horizontal line by writing HR tag. HR tag is also void element or void tag. So this is void element that doesn't have closing tag. It has opening tag, but it doesn't have closing tag. And also write P here. Inside this, write line ended above and save it. So you can see here below is a horizontal line. This is our paragraph, and then HR tag that it creates horizontal line. You can see here it creates horizontal line, and also here after that horizontal line we create another paragraph that line ended above. So this is how we create horizontal line. And that's how you format text in HTML. In the next episode or in the next video, we will learn about images and links, which are used in almost every website. Don't forget to like, subscribe, and see you in the next video. Welcome back. In this video, we are going to learn how to create links in HTML. Links are one of the most important parts of any website. They allow us to click and go to another page or website. We use the anchor tag and the href attribute to add links. So let's go and learn how we use links. So here, come here and create a new file. So we're gonna name it links.html. Enter. So close formatting.html. So write your general structure, exclamation mark, doc type, and also your HTML element. Inside your HTML element, write add element, and also write body element or body tag. So inside the head elements, so let's create a title or write a title tag, and we're gonna write HTML links. Save it and open with live server. So yeah, on the top bar you can see HTML links. So now come to your body element. In your body element, let's write h2 heading 2 or h2. So HTML links. We're going to learn about anchor tag. Save it. And this lesson is about HTML links or anchor tags. So let's go and see how it looks like. So in here, let's create a comment for the first one, less than, exclamation mark, dash dash, and write basic links. Here below this comment, write paragraph. Inside the paragraph, create a tag, an anchor tag. So less than, a, and greater than. So A stands for anchor tag. So inside this anchor tag, we're gonna write go to Google. So let's go to Google. Let's link this text to Google page. If we click this text, it goes automatically to Google page. So here we came here and space href equal to inside href attribute. This is href attribute that stands for hyperlink reference. So inside this, we are going to write the Google URL, https colon / and www.google.com and save it. You can see here go to Google. When we click this page, when we click this link, it goes to Google page. Let's click it. Yeah, now we see that we are now in Google page. We'll link our text, go to Google, to the Google page. Go back and let's create another comments dash dash. Inside this comments, we're gonna write open link in new tab. Save it and let's now if we click on Google page, on Google link, go to Google, it open our Google page on the same page, So if you wanna open it on a new page, on a new tab, how we can create it? So let's go here, create paragraph, or easily. So here, copy this one, right click, copy, and come here and paste. So here we're gonna create a new attribute that it's target attribute equal. So inside target attribute, we're gonna write blank. So save it, and when we click now this one, so you will see that our Google page open in a new page by using target attribute and underscore blank value. So this is our target, this is our attribute, and this is the value of our attribute. So let's go and continue our lesson. Less than and exclamation mark dash dash new comment for new line of code, email link. So now let's link to our default email app in our device. So write a paragraph here, a paragraph tag. Inside paragraph tag, write two anchor tag, write anchor tag, and inside anchor tag, go to like send email, for example, write send email. Yeah, and he came here and space href equal, and inside quotation mark write mail to colon and example at gmail.com, for example. Save it, and when you came here you can see send email. If you click this one, it will open the default email app in your device. Click it, and now you see that it is written that you can email right now to example at gmail.com. Don't save it, and here you can see it. You can mail to example at gmail.com. You can write your email as well, or any emails from your friend. So let's go and learn the new line of code about the links. Less than exclamation mark dash dash to create a new comment for new line of code. It's about phone number. Let's go phone number link. So how to link to our phone number? For example, paragraph tag. Inside our paragraph tag, create an anchor tag. So inside anchor tag, write call this number, for example. So let's create a link, href equal, inside the quotation mark write tell and plus write your telephone number or whatever telephone number do you like, or your friend telephone number. So 1 2 3 4 5 6 7 8 9, for example, and 0. Save it, and now you can see here call this number link. If you click it, so it tells me I'm now on my Mac computer. So it tells me that open FaceTime. So in Mac, you know that mostly we use FaceTime for calling. So this is the default phone call application. That's why it says to me open FaceTime. If I click it open, it will open my FaceTime. So cancel it and let's go and learn some new line of code about the link. So this time let's go and create a comment dash dash and write link to another page in same folder. So here, if you see, here we have some pages: formatting.html, heading.html, index.html. So you can create a link in this web page in links.html to go to other pages in the same folder. Now we are in HTML lesson folder, so I can link to one of these pages. So let's go and see how we can link this page to the another page. So write P for paragraph tag and A for anchor tag, and inside the anchor tag write go to, for example, go to the formatting.html, formatting.html. So here create a link. href is equal to formatting.html. So be careful that you have to write the same name as your file name here. Okay, and now so save it, and here go to formatting.html, and if we click this we will go to the HTML formatting link. So click this one. Yeah, now we are inside our text formatting in HTML page. So easily we can link our links page to our formatting page. Go back and let's learn something new about link. So let's done exclamation mark dash dash, and now we're gonna learn link to a specific section on the same page. So if we want to go to in a specific section in the same page, how we link that? So create P paragraph tag and anchor tag. So inside the anchor tag I'm gonna write that go to contact section, and save it. Yeah, now we didn't create any link yet, so let's create any link here. href equal to, and here we're gonna write hashtag contact. Save it. Now we create link. So if we click this one, nothing will happen. So why? Because we don't have in our web page, we don't have any section about contact section. We don't have any contact section in this web page. Let's go and create a contact section. So yes, let's go and create a contact section h3, and we write here contact section. Save it, and you can see now we created contact section. Let's give it an ID that we create link to it. Contact. The ID is contact. We're gonna learn after about this ID. What will be the job of this ID? So let's go and write some paragraph for this section. We're gonna write this is the contact section of the page, and save it. This is the contact section of the page. Very good. But if we click it here, we see that our cursor comes here in this contact section. Let's create some line break that this section goes to on the bottom of the page, that we will see the effect. So let's go and copy this one line break, copy it, and then paste it. We create many line break and save it, command haste. So now our contact section of our page is on the bottom of our page. So let's go now. If we click to this go to contact section, so we will link to this contact section on the bottom of our page. So let's click it, contact section. Yeah, here you see that we successfully linked to our contact section of our page. That's how you create links in HTML. In the next video, we will learn how to add images to your web page using the image tag. Make sure to like, subscribe, and I will see you in next video. Welcome back to the HTML series. In this video, we are going to learn how to add images to a web page using the image tag. Images make our website look beautiful, and the image tag is very simple but very important. Let's go and create a new file for this lesson. So we name it images.html and enter. So close our link.html file, and let's write our general structure for the HTML. So here HTML tag, and inside this 8 tag and body tag, 8 and body tag. So inside our 8 tag, let's write the title, and in title we're gonna write HTML image. Save it and open with live server. So now we are in HTML image page. So let's continue our lesson. Let's add and heading to our lesson. So we're gonna write in heading, adding image in HTML and save it. So in this lesson, we're going to write how to add images in our HTML. So let's go and create basic image. Let's go and create a comment first. We learn about basic image, and So image tag, and this is image tag. So image tag is a void tag. It has opening tag, but it doesn't have closing tag. Inside this image tag, we gonna write source is equal to, so the location of our image here inside our HTML lessons folder. So we have a cat image here. So let's go to our image.html and write the location inside the double quotation. So the name is cat.jpg and save it. So now you can see in our web page that this image is too big. So let's add a width attribute is equal to 100 pixel and save it. So now our image has 100 pixel width. So let's add alternative attribute. So cat image. So what's the job of alternative attribute? So if the image does not appear on the web page, so instead of the image, this text will be appear. So let's mistype the name of our page. If we write instead of 1T double T, so and save it. So look here, the image disappear, and instead of that, the alternative text appear next to our image. So let's correct it and save it, and let's go ahead, create another comment dash, and let's learn about image with width and height. So let's copy this image and paste here and save it. So two image with the same size. Let's change the size to 200 the width and save it. Now we have, now this image has 200 pixel size. Let's add a height attribute is equal to, for example, 150 and save it. So now our image has width of 200 and height of 150. If we don't have this height, so save. So see, if we just have a width of 200, so the height will adjust itself. And if we force the height to, so delete this one and add an height of 250 and save it. Now we force the height that have 150 pixel height. So let's go ahead and learn more about the image. Create a comment, and here we're gonna learn about image from web page. So how to link any image from web page. So let's go and create an image tag, and inside this image tag, source attribute, so the location of our image. Let's go randomly and find an image from the internet. So here write, for example, three image. Enter, go to this web page, into the web page, and choose one of these images. So yeah, let's go to this image, for example, and view image. So copy this URL and copy it and paste it inside our quotation mark and save it. Now save it. Here you can see the image from the internet appear here, but the size is too big. Let's add a width attribute for this image. So width is equal to like 100 pixel and save it. So now our image has 100 pixel width, but the height adjusts itself. Okay, like this we can add an image from the web page as well. Let's go ahead and learn more about the image. Create a comment, dash. Now we're going to learn about image as clickable. Image as clickable link. So let's go and create a paragraph tag, and inside the paragraph tag we're going to click the image to go to Google and save it. So here we have a paragraph that says click the image to go to Google. Which image? So let's create the image as well. Which image? Let's create a anchor tag, and inside our anchor tag write a href attribute to write the URL of Google, https://www.google.com and save it. So let's create a target for this. Target attribute is equal to _blank that open in a blank web page or blank tab. So let's go and now inside this anchor tag, so create or add our image tag. This is a void tag, it doesn't have a closing tag. So here write source is equal to cat.jpg, and also we're going to add an alternative as well. Alternative is Google like cat image, or we can write Google image link, whatever you like. Right, Google image link and save it. So now look at our image is big. Let's add a width for the image. So a width attribute, a width of like 80 pixel and save it. Yeah, now our image has 80 pixel width. So if we click on the image, it will go open a new tab and open the Google web page. Click the image, so on a new tab, so it opened our Google web page. And that's how we add images in HTML. In the next video, we will learn how to create lists, order lists, unordered lists, and more. If you enjoyed this series, don't forget to like the video, subscribe to the channel, and I will see you in the next video. Welcome back to the HTML series. Today we are going to learn about lists, starting with unordered lists. Unordered lists are lists with bullet points. For example, a shopping list, menu list, or topic list. To create an ordered list, we use the UL tag, and inside it we write each list item using the li tag. Let's go and see how we create an ordered list. So first of all, click here or create new file for this lesson. So we name it unordered list .html and enter. Close the image.html and here write the general structure for your HTML doc type. Enter and then HTML tag, and inside the HTML tag we have head tag and also body tag. So let's create a title for this video. So our title is HTML unordered list. HTML unordered lists, and save it. Let's open it with live server, and here we have HTML unordered lists page. So inside our body, so let's create an h2 heading. Inside that we're gonna write unordered let's example and save it. So in this lesson we are going to learn about unordered lists and we will show some example. So first of all, let's write a comment for readability. Basic unordered list. Below this comment, let's go and write the code. So less than UL and greater than. So this is an unordered lists tag. UL stands for unordered lists, and inside our unordered lists, so we are going to create lists item less than li and greater than. So li stands for lists item. So let's go create some list items. For example, apple, another one, copy it and paste it. So let's change the name of the text, banana. Another one, let's change the text to orange and save it. So now we have unordered lists, or we can say bullet lists. So let's go and create another one. So if we create an h2 heading and we write another example, and now we're going to right, we are going to create shopping list. Okay, top, let's create an order list first, and inside an order list we are going to create list item. So first list item is, for example, bread, and second one, copy this one and paste here. So change the text. The second one we're going to change it to milk. The third one we're going to change it to eggs. The fourth one we are going to change it to butter, and save it. So here we have another example that it's shopping lists: bread, milk, eggs, and butter. So this is our unordered lists. Let's go and continue to our lesson. So if we create another heading, H2, and let's learn about nested lists, or we can also say nested lists, or nested list means list inside a list, and save it. So now we have this heading: nested lists, list inside a list, means list inside a list. Okay, let's go and create our nested lists. First of all, create an order list, UL tag, and enter. Inside our unordered list, we are going to create list elements, li, one, and another tag, another list item. So for the first list item, we are going to create fruits. The second list item, we name it vegetables. So let's go and create inside the fruit unordered lists. Less than, UL, greater than, and inside this unordered list we're going to create two list items, li, one list item, and we're going to put it, name it mango, and another one for the other fruit, copy it and paste it here. We are going to change the name of this fruit to, for example, strawberry. So, and save it. So now we have a nested list that it is our fruit. Inside our fruit we have mango and strawberry. Let's go and create a nested list for vegetables. Let's go inside the vegetable and enter, create a UL tag, an ordered list, and inside this two list item, one list item, and name it like carrot, for example, carrot, and the other one, copy this one and here paste it. So change the text to, for example, potato, and save it. So now you can see here we have a nested list, which means list inside a list. We have fruits, that it's in our fruit list is mango and strawberry, and in vegetables we have a sublist of carrot and potato. So like this, we can create unordered lists. That's how we create unordered list in HTML. In the next video, we will learn about ordered lists. Lists with number inside of bullet points. If this video helped you, please like, subscribe, and I will see you in the next video. Want to learn ordered lists in HTML? You are in the right place. In this video, I'll show you how to create ordered lists using numbers, letters, and even Roman numerals. Let's jump into the code. Write down exclamation mark and then press tab. Here you have boilerplate or basic structure of HTML. Replace the title text with HTML ordered list. HTML ordered lists. And inside the body, I'm adding an H2 heading to label this first example. H2, then press tab. Inside the H2, I'm writing basic ordered list. So below down here, I'm writing OL and then press tab. OL stands for order list. It will automatically add ordered numbers. So inside the OL, I'm adding LI and then press tab. So here LI stands list item. I want to create 3 more, but if I want to create quickly, I'm gonna add LI multiply by 4 and then press tab. You will see that quickly you can write or you can create 4 list item. Inside the first list item, I'm gonna write wake up. Second list item, brush your teeth. Third list item, have breakfast. And the last one, go to school. And save it, right click, open with live server. Now you can see on your browser ordered list. The first one, wake up. The second one, brush teeth. The third one, have breakfast. And the last one, go to school. Now let's try a different numbering style using the type attribute. Add an H2 heading to label this example. Scroll down here and H2, press tab. Inside the H2, I'm writing ordered list with letters. And here I'm writing type is equal to, for example, lowercase letter. So down here, I'm creating OL tag and then press tab. Inside OL tag, I'm creating 3 list item, LI multiply by 3 and then press tab. Now I have 3 list item. For the first list item, I'm writing HTML. For the second one, I'm writing CSS. And for the last one, I'm writing JavaScript. And so I set the type to lowercase letter A and then save it. You can see on your browser that instead of numbers, now I have lowercase letter order lists. I can change it to uppercase letter as well. Uppercase A and then save it. Now you can see instead of lowercase a, I have now uppercase A order list. Now let's create a list using Roman numerals. Add an H2 heading to label this example. Down here, H2, then press tab. So inside H2, I'm writing ordered list with Roman numbers, and inside the bracket I'm writing type is equal to quotation mark and then Roman numerals 1, and down here I'm writing OL and then press tab. Inside the OL tag I'm creating list item. This time I'm creating three list item, multiply by 3 and then press tab. Inside the first one, I'm going to write introduction, the second one body, and the last one conclusion. So this time I'm going to set the type equal to Roman numerals number and save it. You can see on your browser that instead of numbers, now I have a Roman numerals number. And you can choose the lowercase Roman numerals as well. So and save it. You can see here now we have lowercase Roman numerals. Finally, let's learn how to start numbering from a specific number. Add an H2 heading to label this example. Scroll down here and then write down H2, press tab. Inside the H2, I'm writing start list from a specific number. Here inside the bracket, I use this time start attribute equal to quotation mark. Inside quotation mark, you can write whatever number do you like. For example, here I say my list start from number 5. Okay, down here, let's create our list. OL, press tab to create order list, and then list item. This time I create 3 list item, L high times 3, then press tab. Inside the first list item, I'm writing item 1, second one, item 2, and the last one, I write item 3. So here I set the start attribute equal to my order list must start from number 3, I say, and save it. You can see here on your browser that the order list starts from number 5, and I can change it here. If I say must start from number 7 and save it, now you can see that your order lists start from number 7. That's the complete overview of order lists in HTML. Next, we'll learn description lists, very useful for definition and frequent asked question. If this lesson helped you, please like and subscribe and leave a comment if you have any questions or need help. Thanks for watching, and I will see you in episode 10. Welcome back to the HTML series. In the last 2 videos, we learned about unordered lists and ordered lists. Today we will learn about description lists, also called definition lists. They are used when you want to show a word and its meaning, or a question and its answer, like dictionary or frequent asked section. Let's go and create a file for this lesson and name it description list.html. Enter and close the ordered list folder file, and let's write general structure for the HTML tag. Inside the HTML tag we have a tag, and also we have body tag. Inside the head tag, let's write the title. So title tag. So inside the title tag, write HTML. This lesson is about HTML description list. Save it and also open with live server. So now we are inside HTML description list page. So inside the body, let's add an H2 heading, and this lesson is about description list. We work some examples. So let's go and study about description lists. Description lists, you're going to add a tag. DL stand for description list tag, and inside description list tag we have two more tags. So they are description, they are definition term, DT, definition term, and also another one is DD, which stands for definition description. For example, here in definition term, if I write inside the definition term HTML, so we don't know what is HTML. If we don't know, so here in definition description, inside definition description, we're going to write the definition of HTML. HTML stands for hypertext markup language, which is the structure of a web page, So save it. Yes, here you see that where do we use description lists. Here HTML is our description term or definition term, and this one is our definition description. So let's add two more. For example, if we have DT tag, inside DT tag, for example CSS, what is CSS? And inside definition description tag, we're going to write CSS stands for cascading style sheet. So used for styling HTML, used for styling HTML pages. And let's add one more definition term, and JavaScript and definition description tag. So inside definition description tag, we are going to write the definition of the JavaScript, a programming language used to make web pages interactive. So save it. So now you know we use for the word and the meaning. So we use the description lists for word and for the meaning of that word. For example, here we don't know what's HTML, so we write the HTML definition below the HTML word, and also CSS and also JavaScript. Let's go and work one more example about description list. Write DL for description list tag inside description list tag. Now we have two more tags, DT tag and also DD definition description tag. So before that we work with another example, let's create an heading for this example. So now we work with FAQ, frequent asked question examples or example. So inside definition term, if we have a question, for example, what is your name? Here, and inside definition description tag, we're going to write my name is, for example, my name is John. For example, this is, and also we can add one more question, DT definition term. What do you teach? For example, if we write a question, what do you teach? and the answer inside the definition description term. Going to write DT, DD, and I teach HTML, CSS, JavaScript, and more. Save it, and here you can see we can use description list in frequent asked question examples as well. Here, frequent asked questions, the first one is, what is your name? My name is John. What do you teach? I teach HTML, CSS, JavaScript, and more. That's how description lists work in HTML. Now you know all three types of lists: unordered lists or bullets, order lists or number lists, description lists, word and meaning lists. In the next video, we will start learning about tables in HTML. Don't forget to like, subscribe, and I will see you in the next video. Welcome back to HTML series. Today, we are starting a new topic, tables in HTML. Tables are used to display information in rows and columns, just like in Excel or Google Sheets. We will learn the basic structure of a table using 4 main tags: table tag, table row tag, table header tag, and table data tag. Let's go and start. So first of all, let's create a file for this lesson. Name it table.html. Enter, and let's create or write our general structure for the HTML, and inside the HTML tag we have 2 more tags, that it is a tag and also body tag. So let's create a title for our page, title tag, and title tag. Inside our title we are going to write HTML tables. Save it and open with live server, and now we are inside our HTML tables. Okay, let's write inside the body. Let's create an h2 title, write basic HTML tables or table. So we're going to create one table. So save it, and below this we are going to create a table. Write table tag. So this table tag, create for has table. You know our table has rows and columns and also headers. First of all, let's create a row, the first row, by writing row tag, table row tag. TR stands for table row tag. So inside our table row tag, so we're going to create 3 columns. First column is, we're going to TH for the column, table header. TH stands for table header. So 1 column, so create 3 column, copy and paste below this line. 1 more. So we have 3 columns. The first column of our header is name. The second column of our header is age. The third one we are going to put country. Save it. So now our table has an header that has name, age, and country columns. So let's So now we don't see any border. Let's define a border attribute. Border is equal to, for example, 1 pixel. Save it. So now our table has border as well. So if I put it 0, you can see the table will disappear. If I put it like 5, save it, you can see that our border has 5 pixel width. Let's change it to 1 and save it. So now this is our table header. Let's create some more rows. Table row, first, and inside table row, let's create 3 columns for name, age, and country. We're going to create table data tags. So for normal cell, for normal column or cell, we are going to define table data tag, and for header, we are going to table header tag, because when we create table header tag, it become bold like this. But table data tag, it's not bold, it's normal text or normal cell. So we have 3 columns. Let's create 3 columns. Copy and paste 2 more times. And first person name is, for example, put a name Ahmad, and the age is like 20, lives, for example, he lives in Canada. So let's create 2 more. Now save it, command haste, and you can see that they are normal cell, they are not bold, because we use TD, table data tag. And for bold or our header, we are using table header tag. So let's create 3 more person or 2 more rows. Copies and paste here. 1 and copy again, paste here as well, save it. So now we have 2 more rows. So let's change it, the name. We are going to change the name, the second person name, to Sarah. Age is, for example, 22. She is from, for example, USA. And third person, for example, the name is Ali. The age is 19. Is, for example, lives or is from India. And save it. Yes. Now we have a complete table. Our table as header, and also 3 person. We have 3 columns and 4 rows. So name Ahmad, age 20, and country Canada. And that's how you create a basic table in HTML. In the next video, we will learn how to add table headers, captions, and merge cell using row span and column span. If this was helpful, please like, subscribe, and I will see you in next video. In the last video, we learned how to create a basic HTML table. Today, we will take tables to the next level. We will learn how to divide tables into table head, table body, and table foot, and how to merge columns using column span, how to merge rows using row span. Let's start coding. First of all, let's create a new file for this lesson. So we are going to name it table section.html and enter. So let's create first HTML general structure, HTML And inside HTML tag we have head tag and also body tag. Inside the head tag, let's create a title for this page. So we are going to write advanced HTML tables and save it. Open with live server. So now you see we are inside our advanced HTML tables page. So, and inside our body, let's create an head h2. So write the title table with table 8, body table body, and table footer. So save it. So in this lesson we are going to study how to create a table that have table header, table body, and table footer. So enter. Let's create a table first, table tag, and inside our table we have 3 parts: table header, table body, and table footer. So table header, table 8 first, and then table body, and then table footer. So inside our table head we are going to create 3 columns. First, create 1 row and 3 columns. So in our header we are going to create some bold text. That's why we use table header tag. We're going to copy it and paste it 2 more times. So the first column we name it name, age, and country. And also let's in the body create also a table row, and inside our table row we should have 3 columns. First column we use normal column, that's why I use table data tag. Copy this and paste this 1 more time. So for example I put name Ahmad and age, for example 20 years old, and country, for example Canada. And also let's create another person as well. I'm gonna copy it, create another row, paste it, and I'm gonna change the name to Sarah, age to, for example 22, country, for example USA. So, and here if I save it, you see that my table does not have any border. Let's create a border or define a border property for our table. Border is 1, save it. So now our table has border. So table, we created table 8. So this is table 8, and also table body, which has 2 rows and 3 columns. 2 rows and 3 columns. Let's create for this table footer as well. First of all, let's create a table row and inside we are going to create one column, and I'm gonna write inside it that end of the table. So if I save it, so you see it stretch our first column, but we don't have two more columns. Let's merge it, these three columns in one column. I'm gonna use column span. Column span property is equal to 3, means we are going to merge three columns in one column. Save it. Now you see that I merged our 3 column to one column, end of the table. So this was about table which has header, body and footer. Let's continue our lesson. So let's create an h2 tag. So inside h2 tag, let's write using column span, which means merge columns, and save it. So now we are going to study how to merge columns in HTML. So let's create first of all a table, and inside the table let's create 2 rows, one row and another row. And inside our first row, let's create a title. Let's create a table header. So I'm gonna write inside this student information. So, and inside the second row, I'm gonna add 2 columns, one column and another column. So I'm gonna write name here, and in this column or in this cell I'm gonna write Rahim, name Rahim. So but in this column, if I save it, let's first of all define a border attribute to our table and save it. Yeah, now you can see the issue that student information stretches the cell, and I want to merge 2 columns in one on the header. So let's define an attribute here, column span equal to how many columns do I want to merge? 1, 2, 2 columns, 2, and save it. Now you see that student informations appear in 2 columns, or we merged 2 columns in one for student information. So let's continue our lesson. Let's define an h2, and inside h2 we are going to write using row spans, which means merge rows, and save it. So in this section we are going to study about row span, how we merge rows in HTML. Okay, enter, and let's create a table. Scroll down and table. So inside our table we are going to create 2 rows, one row and second row. So inside our first row we are going to create heading, 2 columns, first column, and second column. I choose first column bold and second column normal cell. So inside this I'm gonna write fruits, and inside this I'm gonna write apple. And in this row, the second row, I'm gonna inside the second row I'm gonna define another cell or another column, banana. So let's add a border attribute to our table and save it. So now you can see the issue that the fruit is appear in one column and the apple is appear in another column and banana is appear in another column. We have 2 columns and 2 rows. So I want to merge 2 rows for the fruit. This fruit appear in 2 rows and banana appear below the apple. So how can I do this? Here inside fruit tag I'm gonna add a row span attribute equal to how many rows I want to merge. 2 rows. Now we have 1 row and 2 rows. I'm gonna merge 2 rows. And now if I save it, you can see that I merged 2 rows and banana appears below the apple. And that's how to create professional table in HTML using table section and merge cells. In the next episode, we will start learning about HTML forms, one of the most important parts of any website. If this was helpful, make sure to like, subscribe, and I will see you in the next video. Back to the HTML series. Today we are starting one of the most important topics in HTML, forms. Forms are used to collect information from users, like login forms, sign-up forms, contact forms, search bars, and etc. In this video, we will learn the basics about form tags, text input, password input, form labels, submit button. Let's start coding. First of all, let's create a file for this lesson and name it form.html and enter. So let's create general structure for the HTML tag. Inside the HTML tag we have head tag and also body tag. So inside the head tag write a title tag first, and then a title for our code that it is HTML forms dash basics, and save it and open it with live server. So here now we are inside HTML form basics. So inside body tag, let's write some code. First, let's add an heading. So simple form example. Save it. So in this lesson, we are going to study about the form, how to create a simple form. Below this code, let's create a form by using form tag. So form tag is a container. So inside this container, we are going to define labels and inputs. So let's create first of all a comment dash dash and write in this section we are going to study label and text input. So here we are going to study how to add label and text input. So let's create a label tag, and inside the label I'm gonna write name. So this label is name, and let's create an input text box. Write input. So input tag is a void tag. It doesn't have closing tag. So let's write here an attribute for this input. Type of this input must be text, and placeholder of, we are going to add a placeholder attribute as well. So inside the placeholder I'm gonna write enter your name, and save it. Yeah, here you can see we had a label, the label is name, and we had an input text box for this label. So if we write enter your name is Ali, the placeholder that it is enter your name will disappear. And let's continue to our lesson. Inside the form, let's create another comment, less than, exclamation mark, dash dash. So in this section we're going to learn about label and password input. So let's create a label first. Label. Inside the label we are going to learn about password, how to create password. Save it. So I want that this password text must be appear below the name. So I'm gonna add here line breaks, first line break, 2 line breaks, and save it. So now our label is below our name. So let's create an input box, and the type must be text. Type must be equal to, not text. So we are going to choose the type password. Why we choose password? So I'm gonna show you in a few seconds. And define a placeholder equal to enter your password and save it. So placeholder, save it, and you can see here we have a label that our label is password, and our input password box is written enter your password. Our placeholder was enter your password. So why I choose type here, not text? Here I choose type password. Why? Because if I write here, for example, my password is 1234, it does not appear. If I choose text, it will be appear like this. And if I choose password, so it does not appear. It shows hidden characters for me. Okay, let's continue our lessons, and less than, exclamation mark, dash dash for the comment. In this section, we are going to study about submit button. So how to create a submit button? First of all, create input. So input is a void tag. Inside the input, we choose the type this time to submit, the submit button. So, and the value or the text is equal to submit. Save it. So now I have a submit button. I'm gonna add a line break here below this. Save it, paste here, and save it. So now our submit button is below the password. So now I have a submit button that the value is submit, the text is submit, and the type is also submit button. And that's the basic structure of an HTML form. In the next episode, we will add more input types like email, number, radio button, checkbox, and more. If you found this helpful, don't forget to subscribe, like, and I will see you in the next video. Welcome back to the HTML series. In the last episode, we'll learn how to create a simple form with text and password inputs. In this video, we will learn how to use radio buttons and checkboxes, which are very common in sign-up forms, surveys, and quizzes. In radio buttons, you can select only one option. In checkboxes, you can select multiple options. Let's see how to use them. So first of all, let's create a new file for this lesson and name it radio.html. Enter. Let's create our general structure for the HTML tag. Inside the HTML tag, let's create a tag and also body tag. So inside the head tag, let's create a title for this lesson and write this lesson is about HTML, radio, buttons, and checkboxes. Save it, open with live server. So now we are inside HTML radio button and checkboxes page. So inside body tag, so let's write h2 tag. Inside h2 tag, I'm gonna write this lesson is about radio buttons, and just in this section we are focusing on radio buttons. That in radio buttons we can choose only one option. Save it. So in radio buttons, just we can choose only one option. So let's see how can we create a radio button. So define a form first. Form tag. Inside the form tag, so create a paragraph first. Inside the paragraph, I'm gonna write select your gender and colon. So I'm gonna create an input tag. So inside the input tag, I'm gonna write type is equal to radio and name is equal to gender, name attribute is equal to gender, and also value is equal to male. So below this, I'm gonna create a label as well, label tag. Inside the label tag, I'm gonna write male, and here I'm gonna create a for attribute that it is for male. So this for connects our label to our inputs. So let's create two more So copy this one and paste it here, and also one more, paste here as well. Let's change the attributes. This is input. We have input radio buttons. Name is gender. That's okay. And value is, now it's not male. We change it to female. And also here it is for male. It's not for female. It is for female, not for male. And here also we create female. Type radio, name is gender, and value attribute is, we are going to create headers. Here as well, I'm gonna change it to headers. Here as well, others. It's for others. Save it. So you can see we have male, female, and headers. Let's organize. Create break line. And save it. Copy this one and paste it here as well. Now save. So now see here we have a radio button. Just in here we can choose one of them. We can choose male. If we choose female, so this will disappear. If we shall choose others, it will disappear. So here, if you delete the name attribute, so see the name attribute is the same for the three of them. If I delete the name attribute, or if I cut and save it again, now I can choose two of them. For example, this is male, and also I can choose female as well at the same time. But you have to be careful, and they should have the same name. If they are, if you put gender for three of them. If you put whatever, so put the name for three of them the same, and save it. Now you can choose just one of them, not three of them. So let's continue our lesson, and now we are going to study about the checkbox. First of all, let's scroll down and create an H2 tag or add tag. So now we are going to study about the checkboxes. In checkbox, we can choose multiple options. Save it. Below this, let's create a checkbox. Form tag. Inside the form tag, we are going to create input. We're going to get first, let's create some paragraph that explain our checkbox. So paragraph, and select, we're gonna write inside the paragraph, select your hobbies. And below this, we are going to create an input. So inside the input, we are going to define type attribute is equal to, this time not radio button, but this time we are going to create a checkbox. And the name is hobby. Name is equal to hobby, and also the value is, for example, value is reading. And also let's create a label. Inside this label I'm gonna create reading. So this is reading, and this is for what? For attribute for reading. This for attribute connects our label to our input checkbox. So let's create 3 more hobbies. Copy and paste and paste. So below this I'm gonna create a line break as well. So here as well, line break, here as well, here as well. Here as well. I'm gonna create a line break. Okay, let's change the text here. So here we have input type checkbox, yeah, name hobby, and value. Here I'm gonna put another hobby name, that for example music. This time I'm gonna put music, and here also I'm gonna change this text to music, and here as well I'm gonna change it to music. This is for music. And here as well I'm gonna change the reading to some hobbies. For example, I like travel. Here as well I'm gonna change it to travel, and this label is for travel checkbox. And let's change this value to another hobby, that it is sports. For example, I like sports. Here as well I'm gonna change it to sports. So this label is for sports. And now if we save this, what's gonna be happen here? It will create for us checkboxes. Here I can choose many hobbies. Select your hobbies. I can choose it many. Let's create here a colon and save it. So now I can select multiple of them. In checkbox you can select multiple of them, but in radio button just you can check one of them. What is your gender? It's male, female, or others. And that's how radio buttons and checkboxes work in HTML. In the next episode we will learn more input types like email, number, date, and file upload. If you're enjoying this series, make sure to like, subscribe, and I will see you in the next video. Welcome back to the HTML tutorial series. In the previous video, we learned about radio buttons and checkboxes. Today, we will learn more useful input types like email, number, date, file upload. These are commonly used in sign-up forms, login pages, student forms, job applications, and more. Let's start coding. First of all, let's create a file and name it input types. So here I'm gonna name it, here we have the same name, and I'm gonna name it 2.html and enter. Inside this, create HTML doc type and HTML element. So inside HTML element we have two tag, a tag, and also body tag. Body. So inside the head tag, let's create a title, and inside the title I'm gonna name it HTML HTML input types 2 and save it. Open with live server. So here you can see now I am inside my HTML input types 2. So let's, inside the body, let's create an h2 heading. Here I'm gonna create an h2 heading, and inside the h2 heading I'm gonna write HTML input types example and save it. So in this lesson we're going to learn about HTML inputs type. So which types? So let's learn one by one. Let's create a form first. So you know the form is our container. So inside our form, first of all, let's learn first about the email. Dash, let's create a comment and I'm gonna write email, and below this comment I'm gonna write my code label. First of all, I'm gonna create a label is email, and this label is for what? I'm gonna define a for attribute for email that it connects with our input. So this is our input. Input is the void attribute that does not have closing tag. So inside the input I'm gonna put the type is equal to email. In this time type is email, and also I can now define an ID that it's email. So what is an ID? So afterward in the CSS we are going to target this ID name and we are going to style this input. We can change the color, we can give it the color, we can add it whatever styling that we want. So by targeting this ID. So and then let's go and create a placeholder is equal to, let's close this one. So placeholder is equal to enter your name, your email, and let's create a line break here to have another one as well. So save it. So now here I have email label, and also here I can put my email. So type is email, I can put my email, for example nazari@gmail.com. So the type is email. So and let's copy this and paste it 3 more times. Paste one, paste another time, scroll down and paste the 4th time. So here I'm gonna write number. We're learning the number here, and here we're going to learn about the date, and also here I'm going to learn about the file upload, how to upload the file upload, and finally one more, paste it here. So here I'm going to learn about the submit button. So let's go here in our number. In our number So let's change it. So in our label we have here email, and I'm gonna create a label of, for example, H for this. H, and it is for what? It is for H. So this for is connecting our label to our input. So type is, let's create the type. The type is number, and ID is also, we can name it whatever ID we want after that. We can target with CSS and placeholder. So you can put placeholder, enter your, for example, your age. Here also we forgot an R, or enter your age. And here I'm gonna put two more attribute. Minimum attribute 1 that I control the range, and maximum attribute equal to, for example, I want numbers from 1 to 100, and save it. So here you can see an H attribute. So we put a colon here, and here you can see we had an H label, and here we have number, input type text, input type. So we can go from 1 to 100. So click it up, so it will go up to 100, and it will go down up to 1. It means the range that we can control here, the range from 1 to 100. If I put here the range to 10 and save it, so I cannot go over 10. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 8, 9, 10. So I cannot go over 10. So the maximum limit is 10. So let's change it again to 100 and save it. This was our number section. Let's learn about the date. Let's change it, the date. It is for what? For example, I'm gonna write it date of birth, DOB, and here I'm gonna change it, the email, to date of birth. Date of birth. And now I'm gonna change it, the input, to date. Input type is now date. So the height is, you can name it whatever you want, date, and placeholder. So we don't have any placeholder for this. We're gonna erase the placeholder. Save it. Now we have date of birth type. So now here you can choose that your date of birth, click it, and it will appear a calendar, one calendar for us. So from here you can choose whatever date is you want. For example, today is 5th, so 2025, month 11, or November 5th. So whatever, you can clear the date. Also you can add the today's date here as also. So let's learn about the file upload, how we can upload a file. So let's go and change the email to upload files. For example, upload files, or upload your resume, we can say. So it is for what? It is for resume. For example, we name it resume, and type is now type is more important. The type is file, and you can put whatever ID you want. So it is resume. I'm gonna put resume placeholder. So here we don't have placeholder. Erase it and save it. So now you can choose a file. If I click this, so now I'm here, and inside HTML lessons in desktop, inside HTML lessons, I can choose whatever lessons I want or whatever file I want. I'm gonna choose this, open, and now it says you've chosen an HTML file. Here it shows for me. So let's go ahead and now learn about submit button. So here, so I'm gonna erase the label. I'm gonna put it like so. I'm gonna completely erase the label because I don't need label here. So what I'm gonna do, input here. For example, I'm gonna put an input type. The type is submit button, and another attribute that we have is value. Value is equal to submit. I'm gonna write submit here and save it. Now I have a submit button. So this is our form. I can write an email. I can choose my age from 1 to 100. So I can choose my date of birth. So I can upload my resume, and then I can submit it. And that's how you use email, number, date, and file input in HTML. In the next video, we will learn text area, select drop down, and submit or reset buttons, which will complete our form basics. Make sure to like, subscribe, and I will see you in next episode. Welcome back to the HTML series. In the last episode, we learned about email, number, date, and file input types. Today, we are going to learn 3 very important form elements. Text area, which is used for long messages or comments. Select an option, which is used for drop-down menus. Submit button and reset button, which is used for form buttons. These are used in almost every website, like contact forms, sign-up forms, and surveys. So let's start coding. First of all, let's create a file for this lesson. I'm gonna name it drop-down.html. Enter. So let's create general HTML structure. HTML. And inside the HTML tag, we have 2 more tags, a tag and also body tag. Body tag. So inside the head tag, so we are going to set a title to HTML text area and HTML text area, and select and buttons. Save it and open with live server. So here you can see on the browse tab that we have HTML, text area, and select and buttons. So mostly title appears on browser tab. Inside the body, we are going to set an heading. I use H2. So I'm gonna set the heading to form elements dash text area drop down and buttons. Text area drop down drop down and buttons. Save it. So now I have an heading, an H2 heading, which is form elements, text area, drop down and buttons. So let's start our lesson here and create a form tag, which is a container. And inside this form tag, first of all, I'm gonna explain for you text area, how to create a text area. So text area mostly we use for writing long text like messages and feedbacks. So first of all, let's create a label for this text area. I'm gonna set the label to your message, and I'm gonna set a for tag is equal to message, and let's define a text area tag, which create for us a text box that we can write text in it. So I'm gonna set some elements, some attributes like ID attributes, message. These 4 attributes and ID attributes must be the same because 4 attributes connect label to the text area, and we use ID attributes in CSS to select or target this text box and style it. So let's create some rows attribute to 4 columns and columns attribute to 40. Rows determine the height of the box and columns sets the width of the box. So let's create a placeholder as well. Placeholder attribute, close this one. Placeholder attribute to equal to, we set placeholder attribute to write your message here, and here save it. So now you see that we have a label and also a text box here. So let's update. Here I'm gonna put a colon, and also I'm gonna add a break line here and save it so that this label appears on the top and our text box appear on the bottom. So we have placeholder attribute, that is a gray line here. If we type our message, for example, this is a text area lesson. So now you can see here that the placeholder disappeared. Just it guides the user that this text box we use for which reason. And let's learn what is the function of rows and columns. So actually rows determine the height of this text box and columns determine the width of the text box. So now we have 4 rows here. 1, 2, 3 and 4. You see that here we have 4 rows, and also here we have 40 columns. If I'm gonna write 0, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. So now we have 10 numbers. If I copy this one and paste here and paste here again and paste here again, So now you see that we have 40 columns and also we have 4 rows here. So this was our text area lesson. So let's continue to our lesson, and now we are going to learn about select drop down menu. Select is a drop down menu. So first of all, let's create a label for our select label. So I'm gonna set the label to select your country. Select your country, colon, and I'm gonna select for attribute to, I'm gonna set for attribute to country, for example, and also let's create select and select tag, and inside the select tag is a drop down menu. So let's set ID to country the same as for, whatever you put for, and you have to set the ID as well. So here we have for country, and also ID is also country. For and ID, for is connect the label to our select drop down menu. So let's create some options for this select. So option 1, and we need some, let's create 3 more options. Copy this one and paste it. Command V if you're on Windows, Control V, and inside this option let's create some countries, right? Canada, for example, USA, India, and UK or United Kingdom. Okay, and let's put here a value attribute as well. Value attribute to Canada, and here as well value attribute to Canada, value attribute equal to USA. Here also set value attribute to India, and here also set value attribute to UK. So let's create break lines here below our text area. I'm gonna create 2 and save it. So now you can see here we have a drop down menu. So if I click here, so you can see 4 options. I can select 4 options. The first option is automatically selected. So I can select USA here, I can select India, I can select UK. So this is our drop down or select lesson. Let's continue our lesson. Let's create 2 break line first and scroll down, and now let's learn about buttons. We are going to create 2 important buttons that we use mostly in forms. We create submit button and reset button. That submit button is used to send the form data, and also reset button is used to clears everything, type in the form. So create an input tag. So input tag is a void element. It doesn't have a closing tag. Inside the input tag, set the type attribute to submit and the value attribute to equal to submit form. And here as well, let's create another button, type to reset button and value to reset form. Here we need a greater than. So let's save it, and you can see here right now that we have two buttons, submit buttons and reset buttons. So here, for example, if I select India, if I press reset form, it will reset it to our default option that it was Canada. And also here I have submit buttons. If I choose India and submit it, it will submit for me. Let's wrap up. In this lesson, we studied about the text area, select, drop down, and also submit and reset buttons. In the next episode, we will learn how to add form validation, for example, making fields required, setting minimum and maximum values, and more. If you're enjoying this series, don't forget to like, subscribe, and I will see you in the next episode. Welcome back to the HTML series. In the last lesson, we learned about text area, drop-down menus, and buttons in a form. Today, we are going to make our form smarter and safer using form validation. Form validation helps make sure that the user enters correct information. For example, making a field required, limiting the number of characters, setting minimum or maximum values, making sure email or password follows a pattern. Let's start coding. First of all, let's create a file for this lesson. I'm going to name it validation.html. Enter. So let's create general structure for the HTML tag. Inside the HTML tag, a tag, and also body tag. Inside the head tag, let's create a title. Set the title to HTML form validation. HTML form validation. Let's create an H2 or heading. So I'm gonna set the heading to form validation examples and save it. Open with live server. So now we are inside our HTML form validation page, and on the tab bar you can see HTML form validation that we have set it here inside the title. And also here you can see inside the page we set the heading to form validation examples. So let's continue and create a form. First, let's create a form container, and inside the form container, first we are going to learn about required field that the user must fill this. Okay, let's create first of all a label for this one. Create a label label, and set the label to name, and I'm gonna write inside this that required, name is required, don't miss the name. So I'm gonna add a tag, a for tag, and I'm set it to name. And also I'm gonna write an input tag and set the type tag to text. It's a text box, and also ID is equal to name. For tag and ID tag must have the same value. Okay, and also let's set a required tag. So required tag that our name box must be empty, and also a placeholder. I'm going to close this one to see. Placeholder is equal to enter your name, and save it. So here we have a text box here and also a name label. So here I'm gonna set name to Ahmad. So let's create a button as well. A button. So I'm gonna create an input tag, and inside the input tag I'm gonna set the type to submit and value to submit, and save it. Yes, I'm gonna create here 2 line break as well, and save it. Now you can see a submit button. If I click on submit button, you will see an error message automatically appear here that please fill out this field, don't put it empty. So if I put the name Ahmad and submit it, so the message does not appear if I don't fill it. So if I click it, then it will appear that please fill out the field. Okay, let's go and study another section of this lesson, less than, exclamation mark, dash dash. And now we are going to study about email validation. And first of all, let's create a label and set the label to email. I'm gonna write inside the brackets must be valid. So, and let's create an email box input, and I'm gonna set the type to email, and I'm gonna set the ID email as well, and also I'm gonna set required tag as well here, and placeholder to enter your email. And also here I'm gonna set a for tag as well to the same as ID, which is email. So if I save it, so here I'm gonna copy this and paste here the line breaks, paste it and save it. So now we have an email validation. box. So here if I write, for example, ABC and here name Ahmad, and if I submit it, here an error message appear that please include an hat in the email address. ABC is missing an hat. So it means when I set the type to email and also I define the required tag, so here if I don't add character, it will appear for has a message. So add, for example, let's go and save it, and let's name Ahmad and this email address, and if I submit it, so the error message does not appear here. So let's continue the lesson. Let's learn this time about minimum and maximum value. Set label. Inside the label, I'm gonna set the H. I'm gonna set here the H must be between 1 and 100. So a for tag as well, I'm gonna set it to H, and let's create an input box. I'm gonna set the type to number because age is number, and also I'm gonna set the ID the same as for tag age, and also I'm gonna set the minimum value must be 1 and the maximum value must be, for example, 100 years old. And I'm gonna set a placeholder as well. Placeholder is equal to enter age, and also I'm gonna create a line break, 2 line breaks to separate from buttons. Save it, and here you can see that I created a number selector here. So I can create the minimum is 1 and the maximum is 100. If I change it to 10, you can see here that the maximum number that we can select is 10. We cannot go beyond 10. So let's change it to 100, save it, and continue our lesson. Scroll it down, and now you're going to learn about another section that it is maximum characters. Maximum characters. So first of all, let's set a label. Set a label to username, and username must not go beyond 10 characters, or I'm gonna write here max 10 characters. And let's set a for tag to, for example, username. And also here I'm gonna create an input box. I'm gonna set the type to text because username is text, and ID is the same as for tag username, and also max length. Let's set the max length to 10. The username must not be more than 10 characters. and let's create a placeholder tag as well. Placeholder is equal to, for example, maximum 10 characters, and save it. Let's do line break, create 2 line breaks as well, and save it. Now you can see here that we created a username that the maximum limit is 10 characters. So we cannot go beyond 10 characters. For example, if I write A, B, C, D, E, F, G, H, I, J, K, I cannot write K because K is 11th character of the English alphabet. Okay, let's go and continue to our lessons. Less than, exclamation mark, dash dash. Now we are going to learn about the patterns. Patterns. Pattern is a custom rule. A custom rule. So let's create a label and set the label to password. Password, and the password, let's create a custom rule for the password. So I'm gonna set my password must be 6 plus characters, and also at least one number. Let's create an input box. I'm gonna set the type to password, type password, and I'm gonna set the ID to password. The ID is equal to password as well. Here on the label also I'm gonna set the for to password. And let's set a pattern tag. Pattern tag equal to, so some rules. For example, this is this one, question mark, equal to, dot, and multiplication sign, and brackets 0 to 9. It tells us that it includes must be one number. At least one number must be included in the password. And also I'm gonna set dot curly brackets 6 comma. It tells us that at least 6 characters. Dot tell us that all the characters are included and the minimum is 6 character and the maximum is n. So you can add any characters that you want. So let's set placeholder to example 123 or password 123. It means it must include one number at least, and required this field must not be empty. Okay, and line break, create 2 line breaks, br and br, to separate from the button. So now here you see that we created a password. Our password must be 6 plus character or more than 6 characters and at least one number. If it is not one number, if we don't write at least one number, it will appear here one error message. Let's go and set the name to, for example, Ali, and email address to, for example, simple algorithm at gmail.com, and enter your age. For example, my age is 20 years old, and maximum username, maximum 10 character. For example, here my username is Ali, for example, again, and type 6+ characters. If I write A, B, C, D, E, F, 6 character, but I didn't wrote the number, so if I submit it, here appear, please match the request form. So please match this rule that it must have 6+ characters and at least one number. Let's quickly review what we learned today. We learned required, that it makes the field mandatory. We learned about minimum and maximum, that we have to set numbers limit like age, and we learned about max length. It limits the number of characters. We learned about the pattern that creates your own validation rules like password rules. This is how real website make sure users don't leave form empty or enter wrong details. In the next video, we will create a complete form project using everything we have learned so far. If this helped you, don't forget to like, subscribe, and I will see you in the next episode. Welcome back to the HTML series. Today we are going to build a complete registration form using everything we learned in previous episodes. This form will include text input for name and email, password, radio buttons for gender, checkbox for terms and conditions, drop down for country, text area for address, and submit button. Let's build it step by step. First of all, let's create a file for this project. I'm gonna name it form project.html, enter. So first of all, let's create our general structure, HTML, and inside the HTML 2 tag, 8 tag, and body tag. So inside the head tag, I'm gonna write a title. So I set title to HTML or registration form project, and save it. Open with live server. So now we are inside our registration form project. So inside the body, let's create an H2 heading for this form. I'm gonna write user registration form and save it. So our heading is user registration form. First of all, for this form, let's create a name box. Okay, let's first create our form. Inside our form container, we are going to first create full name. And let's create label for full name. I'm gonna write full and name. So this label is for I'm gonna set the for tag to name. This label is for name input. So I'm gonna create an input tag and I set the type to text, ID to name, the same as for tag, and also the placeholder to enter your name, enter, let's close this one, to have more space, enter your name, and also required attribute that it tells us that this field is mandatory, don't put it empty. So if we save this one, save it, so now you see that we have a full name input box. You can write your name inside this, and let's create two break line, save it, and let's create a register button. So create input, and inside this create the type to submit and the value to register, and save it. So now we have a register button. If I click here, name Ahmad, register Ahmad. That's good. And I'm gonna write a comment for this one, for register button. I'm gonna create a comment. Let's clean this spaces and create a comment. I'm gonna write this one, submit buttons, and save it. Okay, we have our full name and submit buttons. Let's go now create email address. So I'm gonna create a label first. Inside the label, I'm gonna set the label to email. Write your email and colon, and for attribute to email, and I'm gonna create also a input box, and I set the type to email and ID also email, the same as for attribute, and also placeholder for this, for the email. I'm gonna write that enter your email, and also required attribute that it's mandatory felt, it must be felt, it must not be empty. Let's break line, create two break line, and save it. So now we have our email box. Here I can put the email, for example, simple algorithms at gmail.com. And if I don't put the name, it tells me that this is mandatory, fill it, Ahmad, for example, name Ahmad, and register. Yeah, that's good. If I put 1, 2, 3 and register, and here the name Ahmad, here it says you missed the hat character. So up to now we have two boxes, one text box for full name and email box for email. So here let's create for this dash dash, a comment for email that separates from header fields, and it helps us for readability. Okay, let's go ahead again, and now let's create password. Let's create password. First of all, let's create a label for the password, label tag, label, and I'm gonna write password, and colon, and for attribute is equal to password. I'm gonna set the password, and also let's create an input tag, and I'm gonna set the type to password, and also I'm gonna set the ID the same as for the password, ID to password, and also I'm gonna set the placeholder to enter password, enter your password or enter password. Okay, and also a required attribute that it tells us that it's mandatory field. Okay, and two break line to separate this from the header text box. Save it, and now we have a password box here. Okay, let's go and scroll down, create a comment less than exclamation mark dash dash. After password, we are going to create gender. In gender, we use radio buttons. So radio buttons that only one can be selected. Okay, let's go and create first of all a label, and we set the label to gender, and here I'm going to create a break line for this, and let's create an input box. So I'm gonna set the type of input box to radio button, and ID to male, and name to gender, name is equal to gender, and also value to male, Okay, and I'm gonna give it a label as well for this radio button. So I'm gonna write inside this male, set the label to male, and this label is for space, this label is for what? For radio input box for male. This label is for male. Okay, ID and for must be the same. So now we created just one radio button. If we save it, so yes, now we have one radio button. Gender, just male. Let's create it two more. So I'm gonna copy this one and then paste here and paste it one more times. Yeah, now I'm gonna change the ID to female. For example, we have male, female, and the name to gender. The name must be the same. If it's not the same, on that time we can select more than one radio button. So the value is here we have male, here we should have female, and also this is for female, the same as ID female, and also I'm gonna write inside the label female. Here as well, type is radio, ID is others, I'm gonna put it others, other than male and female, and name is gender, the same, and value is also others, I'm gonna set it to others, and label the same as ID others, and here I'm gonna change it to others. And also I'm gonna create a 2 break line as well to separate this from button, submit button or registration button, and save it. Yes, now we have gender, that our gender is male. We can select male, female, or others. Just we can select once at a time. We cannot select 3 of them. If we don't set the name, or if we change the name to different value on that time, so I can select more than one. Okay, so this is in one row, so I don't want in one row, I'm gonna separate it. Let's create at the end of each one, let's create a break line. Here one break line, I'm gonna add here one break line and save it. So now it is in one column or 3 rows. So let's go ahead, and after creating gender, we are going to create a country drop down menu for our project. So we're going to create a country which is drop down menu. Okay, let's go. First of all, we're going to scroll down that we see the code, and we're going to create label, and inside the label I'm going to write country. So, and this is, I'm gonna set the for tag to country input box. Okay, let's create a select box because it's a drop down menu. Select tag, and inside the select tag, so I'm gonna set the ID tag the same as country. Inside the select tag, I'm gonna create 4 options. One option, so I'm gonna add the value to, for example, inside the first option, I'm gonna set to Canada, and I'm gonna set the option ID to, for example, to Canada. I'm gonna copy this, and I create 3 more, copy this one and paste it. Command V if you're on Windows, Control V. Yeah, the second one I'm gonna change it to USA, and here USA as well, USA. The third one I'm gonna change it to India. Here the ID India as well, India. And also here I'm gonna change it to United Kingdom. United Kingdom. Here also I'm gonna change it to UK, and I had break line here, and I clean this line of code and save it. Now we have a country drop down menu, so now I can choose whatever country I want, USA, India, or United Kingdom, but the default one here is Canada. Okay, this is the country drop down menu in our registration form, and let's go and add an address in our registration form. Less than, exclamation mark, dash dash, and this time I'm gonna add address. Okay, address must be text area for long text. So some address is too long, that's why we are going to set text area. We use text area input. Okay, let's go. First of all, create a label, and inside the label I'm gonna write address. Write your address. And this is for address. For address text area. And also let's create a text area input, and inside text area I'm gonna write enter your address. And here I'm gonna set the ID the same as the for that address, and I'm gonna set the rows attribute equal to 4. The height must be 4 column, and the width must be 40 column, for example, 40 column. And let's add a placeholder attribute, placeholder. I'm gonna set it to enter your address. And also here I'm gonna add 2 break lines to separate from the submit button and save it. So now we have a text area. So we have address on the bottom, I want on the top, so I'm gonna create here a break line, save it. Yeah, now we have the address here on the top, and here I have a text box that the width is 40 columns, and the height is 4 columns, like this, 1, 2, 3, and 4. The height is 4 columns and the width is 40 columns. So this is our registration form. Let's go and fill it. For example, I'm gonna set the name to Ahmad, the email to, for example, simple algorithm at gmail.com, and enter the password, for example, simple 123 and gender to male, live in USA, for example. Enter your address. For example, I'm gonna write 123 for example, New York Avenue, New York Avenue. So let's write it capital letter, New York Avenue. So, and if I submit to register, so it will be register, it will be submit my form in the server. Registration form is complete. Today you saw how all the form elements work together in one real project. This is exactly how forms are made on websites like login pages, job forms, school admission forms, etc. In the next episode, we will begin a new section, Semantic HTML. We all learn about tags like header, footer, navigation, section, and how to structure a full web page properly. If you're enjoying this course, make sure to subscribe, like this video, and I will see you in next episode. Welcome back to the HTML series. Today we are starting an important and professional topic in HTML called Semantic HTML. Semantic means meaningful. These tags don't change how the website looks, but they help structure your web page better, make it easier to read, good for Google search engine, and helpful for screen readers. Some important semantic tags are header, which is the top part of a website, navigation bar, which is the navigation menu of your web page, section, which divides big parts of a page, article, it is an independent content like a blog or news post, footer, bottom part of a website. Let's see this in real code. Let's create a new file for this lesson. I'm gonna name it semantic.html. Enter and close this and close this page as well. Let's create general structure for HTML tag, and inside this a tag and also body tag. So inside the head tag, let's create a title for our web page. I'm gonna name it Semantic HTML example and save it. Open with live server, and now we are inside our Semantic HTML example page. Inside the body, we are going to create a comment first, dash. So first we're going to study about the header. What is an header? It's the top section of the website, usually contains logo and menu. So let's create an header tag less than header greater than, and this is our header section of our web page. So inside the header, I'm gonna write h1 section, and inside the h1 section, I'm gonna write my website. And also I create a paragraph. Inside the paragraph, I'm gonna write welcome to my web page, and I'm gonna save it. So this is the header section of my web page. Below this, I'm gonna create an horizontal line and save it. So let's go and learn next topic, less than, exclamation mark, dash. And now we are going to learn about the navigation bar. So what is navigation bar? Navigation bar is a section for links to the header pages of a web page. So let's create a nav tag. Inside the nav tag, I'm gonna create an anchor tag to link web pages to one another, and I'm gonna name it on page, and I set href attribute to hashtag because I don't wanna link me right now to another page. That's why I put it hashtag. And also you can put it in real websites, your web page name, your web page address, or any other URLs. Okay, let's create 3 more of this. Copy this one, and here Command V on Mac. If you're on Windows, Control V for pasting. Okay, let's change the name. For example, this is on page and the other one is about page. I'm gonna name the other one to services page, and the other one to contact page. And I'm gonna save it. Yeah, you can see that we have navigation bar with 4 pages. If we had real links or URLs, if I click this, we'll go to this page, home page or about page, service page, or contact page. Really good. Let's go scroll down, move to another topic, less than, exclamation mark, dash dash. Now we are going to learn about section. Section is also a large part of the page. You can think of it as a chapter. Let's create a section. You will see what I mean. Section. So inside the section, I'm gonna create an h2. So I'm gonna say this is about us section. You have to know about us, what is our activities in this web page. I'm gonna create a paragraph as well. I'm gonna tell about our team. For example, we teach. I'm gonna write we teach HTML in a simple and easy way. I'm gonna save it. So here you can see this is about section, one of our section of our web page, and here I told about our team that we teach HTML in a simple and easy way. Let's create here below the navigation bar an horizontal line and save it. Yeah, really, you now see that this is navigation bar, this is the header of our page, and this is one about us section. Let's move to another topic. Scroll down a little bit and less than, exclamation mark, dash dash. And now we are going to learn about the article. What is an article? Article is an independent content like a blog post or news article. It's also a section of our web page. Let's go and create, for example, I'm going to create article tag. Inside the article tag, one h2 header, and I'm going to write latest news. And below this, I'm going to create a paragraph. Inside the paragraph, I'm going to write HTML is the foundation of every website on the internet. And I'm going to save it. Yeah, you can see here our article section that we usually use it for latest news or some blog posts. So here I used for latest news. So here our latest news is HTML is the foundation of every website on the internet. Let's move to another section. In this section -- we're going to learn about another topic, that it is a site. A site. What is a site? A site is like a sidebar. We usually use it for extra information like hats, some tips, or related contents. Let's go and create a site. I'm gonna first create an aside tag. Inside the aside tag, I'm gonna create a paragraph and also a strong tag for bold text. Tips, I use it for tips. And here I'm gonna write use semantic tags to make your page or your code easier to understand, and save it. Yes, we usually use a site for some tips and also some hats. Here I used for tips. I wrote here use semantic tags to make your code easier to understand. Okay, let's move to the last part of our web page, and very important, that it is the footer. So inside the footer we usually add contact information or some copyright text like this. Let's go create a footer. First of all, we are going to create a footer tag, and inside the footer tag I'm gonna create a paragraph tag, and inside the paragraph tag I'm gonna write and person copy and this is an HTML entity. It creates copyright symbol. So let's write some header text as well. 225 my website, for example, my website, and bar here and a text for copyright, all rights reserved, and save it. You can see this is HTML entity for copyright symbol, and I had it here. I get it copyright symbol and also some text for copyright. So here I wrote all rights are reserved. So let's create here an horizontal line to separate our footer with header sections. HR, save it. Yes, now you will see our website is created from the header, from the footer, from the navigation bar, from the section, and from the article, and from some aside section. So let's quickly summarize what we did. We learned about the header. This is the top part of the page, usually includes the logo or title. We learned about the navigation section, used only for navigation links. We learned about the section used for grouping related content. We learned about the article used for content that can stand alone, like a blog post or news. We learned about a site that contains extra or side information. We learned about footer, It is the bottom part of the page. These tags makes your webpage professional, easy to read, and good for search engine and accessibility. If you're enjoying the course, like, subscribe, and I will see you in the next video. Welcome back to the HTML course. Today we will learn how to add videos, audio, and YouTube videos to a web page using only HTML. We will use three important tags: video tag to play video files, audio tag to play sound or music, iframe to embed YouTube videos or other websites. Let's start. First of all, let's create a file for this lesson. I'm gonna name it iframe.html. Enter. So close the semantic.html and let's create the general structure for the HTML, and inside this I'm gonna create a tag and also body tag. So inside the head tag I'm gonna add a title, and I'm gonna add inside the title, this is the lesson for the HTML videos, audio, and YouTube. I'm gonna save it and open with live server. So now we are inside our HTML, video, audio, and YouTube. Let's close other tabs. And inside the body, I'm gonna write first, I'm gonna add an H2 tag, and I'm gonna add first topic that we are going to learn is about HTML video tag. Okay, save it. So the first topic that we are going to discuss on it is HTML video tag. Okay, below this I'm gonna create a video tag, less than video, greater than, and we created a video tag. You can write inside this or you can leave it empty for now, and source of the video equal to, I have here a video file.mp4. I'm gonna add this file.mp4 for the source. So, and also I'm gonna add a width for this video, width of 400, and also I'm gonna add a control attribute. The control attribute shows play or pause, volume, full screen buttons. And also I'm gonna add some text here as well. I'm add your browser does not support the video tag. This is an alternative text if in case our browser does not support the video. Okay, and let's save it. Yeah, now you can see here our video. So our video name is file.mp4. Here we wrote wrong. Let's correct it, save it. Now you can see the video of Niagara Falls with width of 400, and here we added controls that we can play our video, and also we can play full screen and we control it. Okay, let's go and continue our lessons. Now let's move to another topic. I'm gonna add 2 line breaks, 2 line breaks, another line break, and save it. Okay, and let's create another H2 second topic. So in second topic, we are going to discuss on HTML audio tag. So let's add an audio. Here I'm gonna add an audio tag here. So I'm gonna write something. Your browser does not support the audio tag. Okay, in case our browser does not support audio tag, this text will appear next to the audio. Okay, and let's add some audio. I'm gonna set the source to here. I have an audio.mp3, so I'm gonna add audio.mp3, and also here I'm gonna add the controls as well, that we can control our audio controls, and let's save it. Here you can see we have an audio clip so that we can control it. So the voice as well, we can control it, and we can play it or pause it. So like this, we can add the audio in our web page. Okay, let's go and add an iframe. First of all, let's add a line break, another line break, and save it. And let's move to another lesson, another section. The third topic is about embed YouTube video using iframe. Okay, save it. So now in this section, we are going to embed a YouTube video. Okay, let's go embed a YouTube video. How we can embed a YouTube video? We're using iframe tag. iframe less than. Now inside the iframe, we are going to add some attributes. So let's add the width to 400, for example, 400, and the height of the frame to 225, for example, 225, and the source, let's add the source as well. The source is equal to, let's go and choose a video from YouTube. So let's go here, I'm gonna go here to YouTube, and I'm gonna search here some, let's choose this video. It's about nature, I think. Let's go to the share to copy the link, and here embed. So check here, the same as iframe that we had it here. Iframe, the width is 560 here, the height is 350. And also here is the source. The source is this. We're going to copy the source, copy it, and we can paste it here. And also here we have the title, we're gonna add a title, YouTube video player, and frame border is 0, which means we don't have any frame border here, and also here allows, and also other stuff. Let's copy this one. Let's copy, and then we are going to discuss about it. Copy it and paste here all. Okay, let's paste it here. So I'm gonna clean this for now, and I'm gonna copy that one and copy this one and paste here. Paste it. Yes, we paste it right now. I think it's double. I'm gonna clean this one. Okay, and here, so look at here, iframe width 560, height 350. This is our source. This is our title, YouTube video player. The frame is 0. Allow is this, and reference policy is this. So we are going to delete this one, reference policy, and allow full screen is this. And also we have iframe as well here, and here as well we have iframe. Let's write again. We have this clean this one, and that's it. So here our width of our frame is, so let's copy it first and then we are going to explain it. Command paste. Sorry, I'm not in this page. Copy it, and here you can see the video appear that the width of this video is 560 pixel, the height is 350, and the source is, this is the link from YouTube, and the title is YouTube video player. It's YouTube video player. Frame border is 0, so our border doesn't have, the frame doesn't have a border. Let's change it, for example, to 2 and save it. Now it has a border. If you noticed, let's change it to like example 10. Now you can see that we have a bold border here with 10 pixel. The resolution is 10 pixel. Let's change it again to 0. We don't want border. And what is allows says here for us? Allows gave special permissions to the YouTube video for better functionality. And here we have allow full screen is lets the viewer open the video in full screen mode. And here what is the accelerometer means? It means allows motion-based controls used in phone or VR devices. What is autoplay means here? Autoplay means allows the video to play automatically if the video is enabled. What is the clipboard write means here? It means allows copying content to the clipboard like video links. What is the encrypted media means here? Encrypted media means allows playing DRM protected or copyrighted videos. What is the gyroscope means here? The gyroscope means detects device rotation. Very useful in VR videos or 360-degree videos. What is picture-in-picture means? Picture-in-picture means allow the videos to pop out in a small floating window while browsing other pages. And also web share, it allows us to share in websites. Okay guys, let's play this one. Let's full screen this one and see it's gonna play. Yeah, it play for us in the width of 560
Mother Nature.
and very well. So yeah, let's wrap up this video. The video tag is used to add a video file from your computer. You must write controls so the user can play or pause. The audio tag works the same way, but for music or sound. The iframe tag is used to embed another website or YouTube videos inside your page. In the next episode, we'll learn about HTML file paths, absolute and relative, which is very important when linking image, video, and page in a website. Welcome back everyone. In this video we are going to learn something very important in HTML, file paths. File paths tell the browser where files like images, videos, or other HTML pages are located. There are two main types, absolute path, full website link or URL. Relative path, file from your own project folder. If you want your website to work correctly on any computer, you must understand file paths. Let's start with an example. First of all, create a file for this lesson. Name it filepath.html and enter. Now we are inside filepath.html. Create general structure for HTML. Inside HTML we have a tag and also we have body tag. Inside the head tag, let's set the title to HTML file paths, HTML file paths, and save it. Open, right click, open with live server. So now we are inside our HTML file paths web page. Okay, and go inside your body tag, create an h2 tag and write the first topic title, that which is we are going to discuss on absolute tag, absolute path. What is absolute path? It is, close this one, it is full URL from the internet. It is full URL from the internet. So let's create an image tag and we are going to upload let's create an image tag and set the source attribute to go to your browser and click the plus to create a new tab. Here type 3, for example, image, enter, and choose one of these trees or go to the image. I'm gonna choose this one, view image, and also here the link of this image. Copy this one, copy the URL of this image and go to your VS Code. Here in source, paste it. Now we have the link for the image, for this image that we have in the internet. So let's set the width of this image to 200 pixels and also alternative text, alternative attribute to, for example, this tree image. 3 image and save it. Now you can see, go to your browser and HTML file path. Now you can see the HTML, now you can see the image on your web page that the weight is 200. Very good. If the, for example, if the URL is not correct, for example here we have 30,000, if I erase 10 and save it, the image will disappear. Just the alternative text that we wrote here, that it's 3 image, will be appear next to the image. That's why we wrote this alternative text. So let's add the 0 again and save it. So now we have our image on our web page. So we added the width to 200 pixel. If I had a height attribute as well and equal to, for example, 400 pixel and save it, you see that the image is stretched in height. But so I don't want to stretch the image, but I erase this one, that the width automatically set itself the height. Save it here, and now you see the image automatically set its height itself. Okay, let's move to another topic. Let's create an h2 tag, and inside the h2 tag I'm gonna write the second topic is about the relative path, which means a file is file in same folder, So I'm gonna create an image tag. So I'm gonna set the source to equal. So if our image is in the same folder, for example, we are now in HTML lessons folder, and inside this folder we have cat.jpg and also our file path.html. both. They are both in the same folder, HTML lessons. And just inside the source I'm gonna write the name of the image, cat.jpg, and I'm gonna set the width attribute to for example 200 pixel, and alternative text to, for example, cat image. Save it and go to your browser. You can see that I have the cat image on my browser. So let's move to another topic that we are going to discuss on. It is create first an h2 tag, third topic, and we're going to discuss on relative path. This time, if file is in another folder, save it. So create an image tag, set the source to equal. If the image and our file path.html is not in the same folder, for example, image is in another folder and our file path.html is in another folder. So open this one. For example, now our file path.html is inside our HTML lessons folder, but here we have a folder that name is another folder. So inside the another folder we have 3.jpg. So 3.jpg is inside another folder and filepath.html is inside HTML lessons folder. How can I get this 3.jpg picture? How can I get this picture that it is in another folder? Okay, it's easy. Write the name of the folder first, the folder is another folder, and inside this folder, go to inside this folder and get 3.jpg. 3.jpg. And I'm gonna set the width to, for example, the width attribute to 300 pixel, for example, and the alternative text to, this is 3 image, and save it. Go to your browser. Now you can see the image of that tree. Go back to your VS Code and move to another topic. Now you're going to discuss on fourth topic, that it is about relative path, but this time it is going back a folder. /. So if we have two different folders, for example, if filepath.html is inside another folder, for example here now filepath.html is inside HTML folder, but if we create a folder here, I'm gonna name it practice, this folder, and save it, and I move filepath.html inside the practice folder, move it, and now see here that we have two different folders, practice folder and another folder. So inside the practice folder, I'm gonna open the filepath.html. Here I want to get this 3.jpg from another folder. So first I'm gonna create image tag, and I set the source equal to, first of all I'm gonna go out from this folder, from practice folder. I'm gonna write dot here inside the quotation mark, write dot means go out from practice folder, and slash means enter to another folder. Enter to which folder? Another folder, and inside another folder we have 3.jpg. We have 3.jpg, and I'm gonna set the width to, for example, the width to 400 pixel, the width attribute to, the width attribute equal to 400 pixel, and alternative attribute to, for example, this is a 3 image, and save it. So and go, everything disappear, so no problem. Right click, open with live server again. Now you can see that we get our image here, that the width is 400 pixel and the height is automatic set it. Yes, but relative path file in same folder, this image, the cat image and the tree image is disappear, because now the file length is changed, the file path is changed here. So we had here cat.jpg, but not now. Now look at here, we are now our file path is inside practice folder. If we wanna get cat.jpg, we have to go out of practice folder first. I'm gonna write here dot dot slash, go out first from practice folder, and then get the cat.jpg. If I save it, now you can see that I get my cat image again. So let's display this image as well. Let's go to your VS Code, and here if we see another folder 3.jpg. So but our file path.html is inside the practice folder. Here again, first I have to go out from my practice folder and enter to another folder, and inside another folder get 3.jpg. Here I save it. Now you can see that everything appear again. This image appear again on my webpage. Absolute path is good when you want to load something directly from the internet. It always starts with HTTP or HTTPS. Relative path is used when the file is inside your own project folder. This is the recommended way for real projects. image/peg.jpg means the file is in folder called image. // means go back one folder. If you upload your website online or share it with someone, relative paths always work, but absolute paths only work with internet. In the next episode, we will learn about HTML entities and symbols, and more. Welcome back to the HTML series. Today we will learn something very simple but important: HTML entities and symbols. Sometimes in HTML we cannot type certain characters directly, like less than, greater than, ampersand, copyright symbol, so on and so forth. If we type them normally, the browser might get confused. So HTML gives us special codes to display these characters correctly. These are called HTML entities. Let me show you how they work. First of all, let's create a new file for this lesson. I'm gonna name it entities.html. Enter, and create general structure for the HTML tag, inside the HTML tag, a tag, and body tag. Body tag. So inside the head tag, let's create a title tag. Inside the title tag, I'm gonna write this is HTML entities and symbols Save it and open with live server. So now we are inside HTML entities and symbols. Go back to your code editor. Here inside the body, let's create an h2 tag. Inside the h2 tag, let's study about less than and greater than entities. HTML entities. Okay, for less than, we have an HTML entities that the code is and lt and semicolon. This is less than HTML entity. Okay, and save it. Now go to your browser. Here you can see that this is less than HTML entity. So let's create a bracket around this and save it. Now it looks nice. less than, this is less than HTML entity. And also let's create a for greater than an HTML entity, right? And GT stands for greater than semicolon. This is greater than, this is greater than HTML entity, and save it. Below this or here beside, create a break line and save it. Now you can see this is greater than HTML entity. So it's difficult to memorize all these codes for each samples, so we can get it directly from the internet. For example, I open the browser and create a new tab. Here I'm gonna write, for example, less than HTML entity. So HTML entity for less than symbol. So I click it. Here you can see, go to W3 scroll, and here you can see this A is for less than, and LT semicolon for less than, and GT semicolon is HTML entities for greater than. Whatever you want, you can search online and you can find the code. Let's go and create some entities. Some entities for copyright symbol, for example, for trademark symbol, trademark, and for art emoji. Okay, for art emojis, and save it. Let's go, I'm gonna write here, let's go and search it online. For example, first I'm gonna find for copyright. Inside this, I'm gonna paste the copyright HTML entity code here. So let's go and find it. I'm gonna copy this one. Let's go here. So HTML entities for less than. Now I want to find HTML entities for copyright. So HTML entity for copyright here. So and copy and semicolon. Here also shows and copy for semicolon. So I'm gonna copy this one and I paste inside the brackets, paste it here. I'm gonna save it, and let's see, let's go back to this, and you can see that the copyright symbol appear here. Let's go and create some HTML entities for trademark as well. Trademark, and inside the bracket I'm gonna find an HTML entity for trademark as well. I'm gonna copy this, go to your Google, and here I'm gonna paste this time for trademark. So enter. Now for trademark, entity name is trade. For trademark is, this is the symbol for trademark, and this is the HTML entity. Copy this one and go to your code editor and paste it here. I'll save it. Now here, see the trademark symbol is TM, and the HTML entity for the trademark is ampersand trait and semicolon. Okay, I'm gonna create here a line break. To create a line break here, save it. Now you can see copyright is in one line and trademark is in a new line. So now we are going to create an HTML, and we are going to find an HTML entity for art emoji. Let's go, line break. Let's go and find some HTML entity for art emojis. I'm gonna write here art emojis, and here less than, greater than, and inside this, let's go. Here I have some, but let's go and search HTML entities for art emoji, and let's go and find some emojis, HTML entities for art emoji. Let's go here, W3 scrolls. Here we have some, but I want for emojis, and scroll down to find the art emoji. Let's HTML entities for art go here, and you can find here, this is entity, HTML entity for art. Copy it and go to your code editor here and paste it. Ampersand arts and semicolon. Save it, go back to your browser, and now you can see that the HTML entity for art emoji is this. Whatever you want, you can search online and find the code for HTML entity. So what happened if we write manually the symbol itself? For example, here instead of less than HTML entity, I'm gonna write less than, and save it. So go to your browser, still we have less than, but it's not safe. Some browser get confused and does not recognize the less than symbol or trademark symbol or copyright symbol or whatever, art symbol. So the safest way is to write the HTML entity, less than HTML entity. It's all about HTML entities, and that brings us to the end of this HTML series. You started from zero, and now you understand how to structure web page, create form, add image, audio, video, embed YouTube, create tables, semantic layouts, so on and so forth. I'm really proud of you for coming this far. Most people gave up, but you stayed till the end. Well done. This is not the end of your journey, it is the beginning. From here, we can move to CSS to style website or JavaScript to make website interactive. If you want me to start the next series, just comment start CSS or start JavaScript below and I will make it for you. Thank you so much for your support. Please don't forget to like, subscribe and share this playlist with others who want to learn coding from zero. I will see you in the next series. Take care and keep coding.